All right, we're live. I'm trying something completely different today. I've got actually my laptop set up with my little laptop camera. It's down here. And I've also got my phone, and they're both going through StreamYard. So hi guys, thanks for joining today. Never tried anything like this before, but if you follow me and you know me, I'm always trying new stuff. I'm always trying something different. And sometimes it's like a total cluster, but you got to try it, right, to figure it out. I don't know how the sound is because I've got like a little mini mic thing here, and I've got the mic on the phone. But the point is that I want to be able to have one camera that kind of is just aimed at the bug out cabin and another camera that can follow me around. So what are we going to do today? You know, if I was a real pro, I'd have like everything planned out and everything would go really smoothly, but I'm not. This is more like Portland, Andy. I'm just filming my life. And so it is what it is. But I've got some ideas of what I want to do today. And I was able to score a whole bunch of lumber, and I don't have it to show you guys today, but I got like easily $50, $60 worth of nails, fasteners, and maybe another $20, $30 worth of hinges. I just scored all kinds of free stuff. So I was helping out at a volunteer weekend, and they were cleaning out this building, and they're like, we got to get rid of all this stuff. I said, I'll take it. So I've got that here today, and I'm going to be unloading the truck and getting that out here. Let's take a look around the cabin. I'm using a webcam. It's not as good as an iPhone, but it is what it is. So let's see. And we can switch around. So we can give a, let's see what, so, whoop, no, that's not it. Okay. So we can do like the whole, no, not that. Yeah, we can do the whole cabin and then have phone up here in the corner like that. Or we can do like side by side. And I think for now, I'm going to go, let's see, can I do just the phone? Probably not. Nah. Wonder how I can change that background though, because it's like Portland, and that's not really what I want. I don't want to mess this up. Virtual background. No, I don't want a virtual background. I want a new background. All right, that I should have set up ahead of time, but I'm not going to waste time messing around with settings. And hopefully today we are streaming to both X and Bug Out Cabin and Natina. So hopefully got all three. All right, I've got a lot of unloading to do. Got a lot of stuff in the truck to unpack, and going to set up an extra battery here and then get going with the truck. So you can actually watch me doing all this stuff. Look at this. So there's a lot of time spent just doing the setup. What do I see on here? I'm looking out the window. This is really weird. Okay. Need a battery. Need an extra battery so that the phone doesn't run out of juice. Spend as much time on all this setup as actually working on the cabin. Hope you guys are having a great day. It's been interesting lately. I've been watching a lot of the food in Newark, Chad and Quincy, the Black conservative preacher, out there doing the work, doing a great job. And I don't know if people realize just how difficult that is. It's really, really hard. It's a lot different than filming like down at ice in Portland, which is also hard, but it's an unknown landscape for one thing. And it's also, there's not like we had the Patriot Corner down at Ice. There's nowhere really to go like that to get a break. And there's no easy way to use bathroom facilities. People don't think about that, but how do you stand out there for 5, 6 hours? That's difficult. I gotta put my reading glasses on. I can't see anything. That's what happens when you get old. I didn't need them until about 5 years ago. But now, all right. There we go. Okay, now we can see again. Okay, so I'm going to start unloading and we'll go outside. It's a beautiful day here at the bug out cabin. A really beautiful day. Summer is here. It's June. I thought I'd be running early and ended up running just a little bit late, which is par for the course. This stuff always takes me longer than I think it will. Let's get some lights going in here. This guy here needs to plug in with this guy here. We are running on battery power only today. All battery power. It's probably going to be a long day. So hopefully the battery holds up. It's fully charged, so fingers crossed. We'll be testing out a new saw today. Last time I was here, the miter saw failed to run because the battery couldn't handle the amount of power required. So today, this window has some molding, but it's going to need more. Today we are going to set the top saw over here. And I've got some cedar so we can finish this off. This way I don't have to always be turning the camera around. And I should be able to get several different angles with this. Be able to show whatever. Okay. I've got to go out and this is my effort at trying to figure out how to do two cameras at once. So I've got a bunch of wood in here. Needs somebody unloaded. Got a new miter saw. I've never bought these Craftsman products before, but the price was right. I didn't want to spend a fortune. Look at that gorgeous day. I've never cut a piece of wood with this. So today will be the first. Make a lot of trips back and forth when we leave the camera there. New filter for the shop vac to put on. So we'll take care of that first. 2 frames at once. Wow. So yeah, I've been watching a lot of what's going on in Newark, and we're seeing the usual questions. And one of the things I saw this morning was a conversation people are having with some of the people who were arrested in Newark are from Portland. And of course, the questions start about, well, who's funding this? Who's funding this? And you're always going to see this chatter about NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and George Soros. But if you should check out Harlan Borisenko's YouTube, and she talks about this. It's mutual aid, and this is not some kind of a secret. When they say we keep us safe, that means that the community supports one another, and they financially and legally and in many, many different ways. Andrew Mercado or Mercado was talking on his member channel a couple months ago at Newark, and he was kind of laughing because he's moved over to the left, and he was kind of laughing at the MAGA people about this very issue. And he said, "All right, we've got a nice new filter on here." He said it's mutual aid. Now, what does that mean, mutual aid? It means that community members are supporting one another through donations. The same thing that people on the right do: buy me a coffee, Cash App, memberships to channels, like YouTube. It means Venmo, PayPal, whatever, all the usual. Let's see if this runs. Good, it's working. And if you think that it's all money coming from Neville Sam in Singapore or George Soros, then how come Trump, and the DOJ have not filed a RICO case against somebody? Because there's maybe no trail there. So, and again, this is something that that Carlin's been talking about for quite a while, about how the protests are funded. Mutual aid. And also self-supported. Another big myth is these people don't have jobs. Yeah, they have jobs. Some of them are working 2 jobs. And, when you see all the people like last night, they were up at Battleground and they had their homemade signs. Yeah, they're paying for those signs. Nobody's paying for those homemade signs. They make them themselves. That's what they're doing. They're exercising their First Amendment rights, and they're happy to shell out a few bucks to pay for the sign, and know they're not being paid to be there. Like, they're doing that because it's something they passionately believe in. Some people get mad at me. They know they're getting paid. I'm not saying that there has never been an incident of a paid participant, but I've talked to some of these people, and they truly believe in what they're doing, and they're not doing it for money. A little bit cleaner and run a little bit better. It won't have that filter was. I don't even want to say how old that filter was. It was scary how old that filter was. All right, bought some new paint today. I think I'm going to take this shelf down. I haven't 100% decided yet, but it kind of, I don't know, it's a little jarring there, but I might leave it for today. So we've got, let's see, we've got a little section of wall that needs to be finished here. We've got a little section over here. This needs to be done. It's, yeah. Unfortunately, I've got cedar with me today, so let's get out there and unload the truck. I think there's one way in which the NGOs could be said to be funding. I'm sure that there are high net worth people working in good jobs for these NGOs. If you're in a leadership position, nonprofit easily be pulling down well into the six figures. Are those people donating? Yeah, you bet they are. Of course they are. Or the right, but with most of these, I would assume. They're on the left. They are left-leaning nonprofits, left-leaning non-governmental organizations. So yeah, if maybe it's an indirect way of, but that's completely legal, and you're not going to cut the head off the snake, so to speak. People have a right to donate money to causes. But you're not going to find like a single smoking gun that you can point to and say, oh, look. And why aren't the NGOs funding these things? Because there's strings attached. That's why. There's strings attached. If you are getting money, spend $1,000 on buying a drone. That's right. Okay. Got a whole bunch of lumber to unload. Most of this I got for free or for next to nothing, which is how we do the bug out cabin. This is a budget project. The idea was, let's build a cabin for as little money as possible. It's going to be warm today. I might have to put shorts on. Well, the cabin stays nice and cool. It's shaded. I think the phone. Talking about mutual aid and the protests in Newark. One night they kind of turned into a riot. Very different situation than what we see in Portland. Police. The East Coast is like, they're different there. They don't F around. I think the governor's first move didn't work out too well. First thing she wanted to do was create a kind of cordoned off area for the protesters. They don't believe in borders. You know, who's gonna submit to that? Like really, like they don't understand anything. If they really thought, and I think that would be true. You know, I was gonna say people on the right, but you know, when people are passionate about something, say, well, you've got to stand in this little area here behind the fence. No, I don't think so. I hope I brought enough water. So all this right here, this was all completely free. This lumber. And yeah, it's short pieces, but I think these short pieces could be used to make little patch over the door because in the wintertime the snow piles up there. It's not good for the door to have all that snowpack resting against it for a long period of time. The rain hits it, the sun hits it. So I'm hoping to get a some type of a little roof. It's going to be warm today, but not as warm as in the city, where I think it's going to get into the low 90s. Got a few nice boards here. These will be great for shelves. Well, this wood is untreated. If I don't find a use for it here, then I give it to wood, good kindling. Well, it should be coming over on the little mic. So you should be able to hear me whether I'm outside or not. If you can't, let me know. Sit down and make some adjustments if I need to. Maybe I lost the mic connection when I plugged in the battery. Do that. All right, we'll do a mic check thing. It appears that maybe we have a mic issue. It may just be using the phone mic instead of Hmm. Well, it is what it is. It's got a few pieces of wood left to get out of the truck. Oh, I can't believe this brush is still viable. That's crazy. Like a week. A lot of time on setup. I'm trying to do two things at once. Figure out the film stuff and do the cabin work. It'd probably be a lot more efficient if I didn't live stream this stuff and just did the cabin. What fun would that be? All right, I gotta get some safety glasses. I'll be right back. sanding stuff too. Good morning, Patricia. Good to see you here, Patricia Joy. Thank you for joining today. Hey, I've got 120 and I've got 60 grit, and we're going to start measuring. And the plan is to get some molding to go around this window. This is totally uneven. I don't know how well this is going to work. And I've already got like this little trim down here, but I want to put a piece across the bottom. So that's the first thing, is to get it across the bottom. That's got to be 58 inches. And we got some nice cedar here. That will work. That's a good looking piece. Something a little, it's got a nice dark, something with a little bit more finished look on it. It's all just insane. Why am I not at work? Because I took the day off. That's why. So it's going to be a nice day to work on the cabin. I'd rather do that. This is nice. It's got a nice little clamp to hold things in place. First test of the new chop saw. Let's figure out the safety catch on this thing. Ah. All right, so this is a sliding miter, so it should slide forward, but it's not. So I must have something that I need to release. That's it. This is the first time using this saw. Maybe the bag is stopping it from sliding. That was blocking that. Well, that's clearly a light duty saw, but it does the job. For trim work like this, it's perfect. And one of these studs here is sticking out just a little bit. I might have what I need, because this time I bought a plane. It's a shot. Batteries are all in the truck, of course. Here we go. Bring the entire bucket. Yeah, we'll get low enough. We'll get down there far enough. No, that's not going to work. I may just have to live with it. I'll wait until I have the nail gun set up to actually attach that, and we will move on to this window here. Start getting the dimensions for that. I couldn't find any of my box cutters and just bought a cheap one today. About 60 inches, maybe just a little shy of 60. I gotta cut it a little big because the end there come off. Nice, and there's a little bit of like a little bit of a shelf there. Nice. All right. Hey, Snooks. How you doing? Good to see you here. So what's coming up? June 14th is No Kings, I believe. Going to be another No Kings. There's going to be watch parties all over the place. I think there's a concert, and the watch parties are to like watch the concert together. So that's coming up. I'm not sure what's going on in like downtown Portland. I haven't seen anything announced. Maybe somebody in the chat knows, but I haven't seen anything. But not only is it not only is June 14th No Kings, but we're roughly looking at the 1 year anniversary of the protests outside ICE. Those were June a year ago, and been going nonstop ever since. Pretty much, there's almost always somebody out there. Sometimes it's just one person. All right, that's another 60, maybe a little bit richer. 60. I'm gonna get a board. Yeah, 1 year. Try something different. These boards, this big board, I actually paid for these, but I got a super deal and they were like $2. These 12 footers. Oh, wood. Forgot to put these in. Oh, I've been listening to Carl Orteco, and she's I don't know, is that better, guys? This one. She's been talking trash about Ken Higby. She's got kind of a thing about Ken Higby, and it's going to be interesting. I think I'll do it. So you need two side pieces, and yeah, she has no issues with Ken Higby, but Arlen has a large number, she says, of undercover operatives, people who infiltrate left-wing events. They learn every left dress, and it's kind of like her being informed by, right? And one of these, I forget the full name, was something Red Mill, was at New. And according to her, there's this interesting little fight going on. Drama. And she said that this informant went over to Cam and said, Ellen says hi. And then according to her, Cam doxed the informant. So she's been picking on Cam, encouraging people to open up an X account to control Cam, and says Cam is 34, afraid to debate her. Just about 34. She has a PhD in psychology, and I think she'd be opponent because an enormous amount of knowledge at her fingertips, and she can speak extemporaneously. She doesn't need notes. She doesn't need to look at her phone like the protesters. Can't remember the chance. She can do it right off the cuff. She's pretty bright. So she'd make a good opponent. I think I use a shorter piece here. I only need 34. Oh, but that's got a big slit going down through it. Not like that. You also like take this to know. I think it's probably understand like things in a way that and I think she's worth listening to learn some things from her. I don't know if my buddy Quincy is coming back today. He had talked about returning today to the West Coast and work. But if he's still there, please support him. Well, these trips cost money. Airfare, hotel, they're eating out. You know, I don't know how many people we have there representing the West Coast specifically. I'm not sure there's anybody else out there, boots on the ground, and he's doing a good job. Great job. Well, I'm trying to support him. And if you follow Black Conservative Preacher, you know that he works hard to be able to do this. So he does DoorDash. That's not. Hey, where? Well, it's only June, and we've already had some spicy protests in Newark. The question is, Is that it? What do you think? For the whole summer? Is that it? I don't think so. Maybe we're just getting started. Where do you guys think it'll get hot next? Well, they chose a blue city. That didn't work out too well because the governor there seems to be a law and order governor. So, yeah, where next? For some reason, I keep thinking of Chicago. Okay, that looks good. That'll fit. All right, so that's one window. And see if I can pull this camera around. It's got an old school window here. This one. And I'm going to do that next. But first, I'm going to have a drink of water and check the chat. If I can find my water bottle. That's not good. Let's try that. Or just that. No, not that. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. I'm just taking a little break here, and then I'm going to get to work on this window that you see in the other frame here. Just spending this Tuesday up at the Bug Out Cabin. Beautiful day, not too hot here, not like the city, maybe mid 70s, and blue sky and sunshine, and really almost no wind. It was crazy windy. I lost power last week. We had a big thunderstorm and lost power for the better part of an hour. Power conference. All right. Well, you guys are quiet. I can't tell. Let's see. I'm on X as well as YouTube. So, yeah, not a lot of people watching on YouTube. Yeah, the two, YouTube and X give you different numbers. X gives you the total number of people to watch. Maybe they watched for 1 minute and that was it. Or maybe they, watch the entire time, still counts as one. So X gives you this running total. So you look down, you go, wow, 3,000 watching. Well, not all at once. It's not like that. And then YouTube will show you actually how many people are watching concurrently, and that's a very different number. And then when you're done, you'll see a little graph that shows peaks and valleys, people tuning in and out. So I'm going to get to work now on measuring this window over here. Trying the dual camera setup today, getting just all kinds of lovely dust all over my laptop. And otherwise, just living the dream. Oh yeah. Oh, this window opens out like that. And what the plan here is to, and then I've got to cut for that. The plan here is to cut some molding that'll go around like at least across the top and side here. I've got to leave myself enough room for this to be able to swing open. Probably have to remove this little piece of molding here. And I've got a pry bar around here somewhere. And if not, a screwdriver will work. Might be in the other room. So we'll start by finding the pry bar. Because I do need to remove that one piece of wood there to measure properly. .16-ounce hammer ought to be all I need. See a little bit outside. See if the pry bar is finished up. A lot of uneven ground here. A lot of project time is spent just looking for stuff. Here's another tripod. Useful later. I'll bet I put that tripod under that big pile of wood. Probably threw it right on top of it. You ever notice how there's stuff that is always there in the way, and then when you actually need it, you can't find it? Like that pry bar. It's done a better job on this than I thought. But I've got to get this off if I'm gonna. I don't think that's coming out. Maybe it's gonna come out in pieces. That's why it's not coming out, because it's what the window's attached to. Well, I need to change that then. All right, the whole thing's coming out. Screwdriver. Well, that was a dumb move. But this is reality. You get this is IRL. You get it all. Get all my dumbass moves. I'm not a professional. Shows, yeah. It's gonna work. Maybe one more screw. And I gotta be careful that the window doesn't drop out. Well, that's why that wouldn't come out, because it was not a piece of trim after all. It's been a long, long time since I worked on this. But this needs to be made like this drafty. All right. So ideally, we want a piece that's 5.5 would work. 5.5 would work right there. And actually, so would 6. And I want something stronger than cedar. The cedar is not, I need to get just a chest mount for a phone. So next we have this wood, this free lumber. Well, that's not bad. That's 5.5. That's 8. That's a little bit too thin. I don't like the knot in that. I think this could work. So we'll try this piece. Don't have a table saw, so can't rip stuff. That's about 28 and 3/8, I'd say. Now this tilts up, which is so water will drip off. But 28 and 3/8, we have more than enough for that. And then I can cut a piece that'll go in here. Oh, we're at it. We can probably clean this window up. Good, sharp. Like that. Project for another day. Okay, this needs off. Actually, I could use this as my measuring piece, this piece here. So let's get out a bit. This window came from Habitat for Humanity. I'm gonna cut it a little rich, and I can always trim it down if I need to. So that'll work. And I'll use these to mark where the hinges go so that they're in the same place that I had them before. They line up with the window. Well, that piece fits pretty well there. I want it to be able to be flush with the wall. Might need to plane it for that. That's better stuff that way. Yep, that'll work. Window side. This little piece here where the nozzle was. I could fill that with wood filler or turn the piece around. It's better. It's gonna go that. Trim a little bit off the end because it's pretty tight and it'll be hard to do with that window on it. It should help it fit easier. Yeah, that'll be easy. That. I think I should put the window on after this is in place. Twenty-eight and a quarter. Twenty-two and three quarters. Wow, that's a lot wider at the top. 22 and three quarters. I'm gonna call it 23 and then trim if needed. Here again. Well, these are thicker. All those are compromised by that. 22 1/4, almost 22 1/2 there, almost 22 1/2. Okay, I think we've got one more window, and then paint, and time to paint. Well, if I do that one, I'm gonna have to figure out I'll just have to use the iPhone. So, doable, bigger. Let's move all this wood out of the way. Hey, it's fun. Oh, Josh is here. Was. Hi, Josh. Hopefully still here. Hi, Luna. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. This window here, this window is going to be tricky. First thing you're going to have to do is move all that wood. Gloves on and move the wood. I kind of need to take, yeah, it's 120. Water pressure. Maybe you will. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, no idea what's going on out there. See who's live. Only Mr. Bill. I have a feeling people have more than one tab open. Patriot. Okay. Lies. Okay. Well, I'm gonna move the wood and go measure that window. Unfortunately, I can't bring this other camera into the room and it's not wireless, it's wired. And the wire doesn't reach that far unless I move the whole laptop, which I really don't want to do. That would be getting a little crazy. Papers, this would be good for training. These I can use.
These I can use in here. This little section of wall here. Here, this would be a start. Get some. So that's done. These are small pieces. And all they need is to be cut. See that? And I've got a board there. This can go up there. But actually, these should probably come over. I probably need longer pieces. Probably go all the way. It's the way to how to do it. I don't want to go all the way from here. This doesn't open. I think for appearance, let's go to here to here. And for that, I'm probably going to use big cedar. Small piece there and wider all the way up. Piece right there. You know what, guys? I completely forgot. Doesn't have to be Memorial Day or the 4th of July. Quick break, be right back. That's not really the one I want. I wanted the other one. Hmm. Well, we'll do that. Have a little lunch. I was asking earlier, what do you think the next big ice thing will be? Because there will be one. And I think there will be lessons learned from New Jersey and new strategies employed, new tactics. Hey, Hoobie. Hey, Mr. Bill. Better make sure my stream didn't crash. Nope, it didn't crash. Let's go back and see what Mr. Bill's doing. There. Hmm. Mr. Bill's image seems to be frozen.
Better? Hi, Mr. Bill. Just have a little fun there. Streaming your stream, streaming me. Let me see if I can turn up the volume here because I'm not hearing you. That's probably because I have the volume in here turned down so I don't get feedback. This might not be a good idea. All right, that was fun. All right, it's time to go measure the window and the room. In the meantime, I'm going to put this outside. Nice for an empty room. Well, we're going to take a look at this window now. Not that one, this one. So we'll be looking at 27 and a half across the bottom, 27 and a half, just a little shy of 27 and a half across the top. It's the bottom and the top. And after those are done, we'll figure out the height. We'll go for the 27 and a halfs right now.
Better. So if you watch the video of the 78-year-old sawmill operator that's on the at Bug Out Cabin on YouTube, that's where this wood came from. Came from that mill. So batteries doing on this thing. Oh, still 3 bars. 3 out of 3. Not good. So tight top, bottom is fine. A little tight up here. Gotta cut away this extra foam just so that we can get a tight fit. So I'll go get a tool for that. just that spray foam insulation that you get. It's like gap filler. And I saw some once that was like green that claimed that mice and rats wouldn't eat it. Kind of interesting. Now I've got to remove the fancy window closing device that's iHook in the way. I remember why I decided to do a window that was going out like this. Bottom looks fine. That'll work. Top, I'm gonna have to trim them. Probably. Yep. I need to shave a little bit. Just a tip. Okay, that's better. Now we measure to see how high these two pieces here go. This will help keep cold air from coming in so easily. That looks like about 24 inches there. But it's going to be a little tighter on the downhill side, so I may have to angle it. It's going to be 24 and a quarter to 24 on this side, and 4 and a quarter. It's about the same. It's 24 and a quarter, and then 24. See if they fit. So exciting. We having fun yet? No, I thought I got all of that. Quarter and 24. I didn't make it. Hold on. I might need to get a long piece, but it can. We'll see. This one. So if you can tune in tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, I will be interviewing, really just having a chat with Carrie Goodman. And Carrie is an Oregonian who is the chief petitioner, along with other people, on a ballot measure to eliminate the fees on human-powered watercraft. So starting this year, Oregon decided that the requirement to get a permit for a boat to help fund aquatic species, the fight against aquatic species, invasive species, would apply to anything over 10 feet. So that includes kayaks, paddleboards, $20 a year. What did I say this was? 24 and quarter to 26. And chatted with Carrie on the phone yesterday and found her to be very, very personable and really sharp. Trying to do two things at once. Yeah, she is going to be a great guest. And I'm really looking forward to having her on. And that'll be at 7 o'clock on Wednesday. Going to get a lot of information about what's going on with this new law, how many people are affected. I can tell you this, in my conversation with Carrie yesterday, she said there are people refusing to get these permits, and some of them are like, I'll go to jail first. I'm not suggesting that anybody break the law, but I own a kayak and I have not gotten around to buying one of those permits. That's not quite the angle we wanted. Maybe that'll do it. I want to put a little bit more of an angle. All right, just check and make sure this fits. Oh, it's too short. Whoa, that's rude. It's too short by about a half inch. Work. I have this weird gap up there. you know, might actually be better if I leave it like that and fill the gap. Because, yeah, that provide better flow to the air. So I'm gonna cut another one this side. Put the shim piece in there. This is how things work without cabin. When you're not a professional carpenter, you just gotta be flexible. Oh, that's gonna look real nice. Yeah, that sounds great. Look at that. Look at that. And that's really gonna help fill this window. Really gonna help fill this window. Okay. Good size. Up here. Mark hole. We're rolling now. Got that pro camera work there, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I better plug the laptop back in. This one should have a pretty good battery. Take a second, check the chat. Oh, thank you. Got the and Mr. Bill says, be careful not to put off any body part. Yeah, thank you, Brett. Yeah, it's being a productive day today. Um, yeah. Yeah, it has been. Yeah, we got stuff done. But I'm looking forward to moving on to something bigger and better, like a real new project, like putting in solar or putting in putting on a porch, like a real porch. I'm gonna hire somebody to work with me. I do a porch. That's for sure. Okay, so time to paint. I'm gonna set up a painting station here. And open a couple of windows, get a little bit of cross ventilation. So I'm going bold here. I decided to get gold paint. And see how that goes. I want something striking. It's got all these grays in here. I need something to kind of line it up. I got a little bit more sanding here. Over here, since I've already moved on all the cameras. And a lot of papers. Always wear hearing protection. You don't want to get like me and have tinnitus. Not too bad, but no fun. I'm just going to work on the cabin today and then hoping to film some bike rides in the city and maybe a protest. got a protest in mind to film on the weekend. And let's get all the dust off of those. And then I have no idea how this paint's gonna look. I've got molding for 3 windows. We did it. 3 windows. So we got to work that out. We'll set these out in the sun so they can dry quickly. Big window that can wait for black. Put this board down to try and catch drip. I did not bring a truck with me. This should get. What that old saying about the study is watching paint dry? That's what you're gonna be doing today. I'm gonna stick them out in the sun though. Not gonna dry quickly. Ooh, that's a bright yellow. It's supposed to be gold. Hopefully it will dry darker. That's really bright. We'll do one and see. Don't have primer with me, unfortunately. So they're gonna need 2 coats for sure. But I think this will get darker as it dries, because that's typically what paint does. No, I don't need these anymore. I don't wear these. I looked online and looked at there's a couple websites that list all of the protests that are going on. And yeah, they're pretty active. The just about every little neighborhood in the Portland area and the suburbs has one of these indivisible protests. And they usually go for an hour. Some of the really committed people will stay a little longer or show up early. But they're They're out there all winter. And these people are truly peaceful protesters. They're not setting stuff on fire. They're not vandalizing, doing graffiti, none of that. I think that's how we want that to go. I wonder if she put the numbers in right. She mixed this paint because it looks awfully a lot more yellow than I thought it would be. It's supposed to be gold. Put this outside in the sun. It'll hopefully dry quickly. And then stick it up in the window and see how it looks. I don't know if they can change the paint if it's not right. Paint is damned expensive. And after COVID, the price of paint just went crazy. Not just paint, urethane, all of that. Not bad for cheap brush. That just looks awfully lemony to me. And I was looking for way more of the gold. So doesn't look good. Let's see if they can fix the paint, and I'll do something else for the rest of this day. Just that some of these windows, I need to. Well, yeah, I can shut them. See what else I could do. I could start building a countertop. Crap. Didn't want to do that. Back here. Something here. Guess might as well finish them off. They'll make a first coat. I'm gonna go check the lid. Yeah, it's the one I asked for. All right. All right. It's called Sultan Gold. It looks more like a lemon meringue pie to me. It looks like Sultan Gold at all. What I'm gonna do is paint a little piece here to take with me, and we'll match it against their paint chip. And I got other stuff to do. I'm gonna put gotta put some cedar paneling up on the wall there. That'll mean firing up the nail gun for the compressor. Gotta find something new on Netflix to watch. I just finished watching a series called Beef. Kind of disappointed in the ending. You know, it's one of those stories where they don't really know where they're gonna take it. I like the actors, but the ending just, everything sort of fell apart. Plus, in the very end, it's supposed to take place 8 years later and everybody looks exactly the same. Just about, like they didn't even try and age them a little. Damn, I know in real life, 8 years, you're gonna see a difference. Great. Well, it sure as hell is not one coat coverage, but it is a light color. So yeah, this time I didn't get a chance to go to Habitat and get some cheap paint, but then I thought, I kind of want to get the color that I want. Treat myself. Glove, keep the brush from drying out. And then while I wait for these to dry and do a color check, I've got another board that needs something different. Let's go check the truck, make sure that the battery's not sitting in the sun. No, it's not too hot. This other stuff is supposed to give one kind of the weathered gray look. We'll try that on here. First, give it a little bit of sand, because it's a little rough. Stir that. I think they should have. That's been sitting on the shelf a while. Hmm. This is gonna be like the backstop on the, workbench, which is gonna become a kitchen sink at some point. If I get enough subscribers, enough people watching this stuff, maybe I can get some, product placement paint. Hey, attention Minlac, your product is, you're getting this for free. But I could be effusive and say all kinds of wonderful things about it. If you hook me up. But nothing that I didn't really mean, of course. So what else did I see going on online? Yeah, mostly people talk about Newark. I did see some posts, a whole series of posts from Mean Little Meow regarding a post that Pinkerton made where he was this is concerning. He was talking about harming himself, jumping off a bridge. And, Meow Meow was saying somebody's gotta go get some, asking Tommy to go make sure he's okay. I've lost, family members, a family member, suicide, and a friend. Don't do it. It's not, I'm telling you, it's not good. If you believe in an afterlife, you don't want to take your own life, ever. There was a doctor who was not really a person of faith, but he dealt with a lot of near-death experiences, like people who had nearly died and didn't, people who were in, attempted suicide, or people who were in accidents, or maybe they were having surgery, and I've seen the stories about they come in light, meet their body, look down on themselves in the operating room, that kind of thing. I believe all that too. I believe that's real. And but he said the people who tried to kill themselves went to a very dark place. And this is just what people had reported to him. And although he was not, as I say, a believer, he came away with the opinion that he would never do that. He would never take his own life. He said didn't have an explanation for what these people experienced, but he said whatever it was not something he would wish on anybody, including himself. So he actually wrote a book about it. And I think that's fascinating. People who see themselves lying on the operating table, I don't believe those are hallucinations. I think that's real. And then, like, an angel comes to them and tells them, well, it's not your time yet. And you got to go back and finish school. Because life is a school. And some people's lives are changed forever by an experience like that. This is not quite what I hoped for, but it's good enough. I was hoping for something that looked a little bit more, not so monotone, but had more of a streaking. And maybe to get that effect, I need to wipe it. Try to see what that does. Maybe see more grain. And that helped a little bit. I'm going to go here. Window. don't have any baggage, but I got a million gloves. Latex, make sure you like it. Before the chat, they continue. Nobody knew. I wonder if I froze. Nope, it's green, still going. Wonder how the dish is doing. Wow, I lost a lot of battery in that short time that I was running on battery. I'm surprised it went down that much. I guess this uses a lot of power. But I probably shouldn't do that on green because it might end up just messing up the screen. Yeah, I get. I don't know. Okay. Let's head out. We're gonna head outside and get one of those boards and see. Well, I think that's too late. But I'm gonna put it up on the window and see how it looks against the window. Sorry, two windows. Not sure which one this one. I think this was the window in the bedroom. This was one of those double pieces on the side. Oh, did I came the wrong side? Yeah, I did. I came the wrong side. I would like to have gotten an idea. Well, but stuck with it. Yeah. Got to paint this side. Yeah, it definitely got darker. I can see that as I put the new coat on. Not good. I should have. All right, I'm gonna let that dry, and then I need to sand it because I painted the wrong edge. Worth it all, folks. Worth it all. So these dried pretty well. If I did the right side here. No, I think I screwed them both up. I just paint both sides since I'm through this way. Oh, good. The hell? I think I got it. So maybe. No, that's fine. I have a whole lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about. Today's, I guess something I should talk about is the post I put up that did got a lot of attention, a lot more attention than I thought it would. And that was about taxes in Portland. If you make over 125,000 a year as an individual, or 250 filing jointly, you have to pay a couple of taxes. One is affordable housing tax, and the other is for daycare for all. And the example I gave was a couple making, say, $500,000 a year, which is perfectly, uh, it's quite likely for maybe two professionals, physician, maybe a lot of business owners, do well, management people, well, state employees. I was reading, who was it, some coaches, like 850 a year? No, it wasn't a coach, it was, the guy running the, workers' comp, safe, 850 a year. They don't want birds. I wonder what his birds would be like. Yeah. And, that's on top of the 10% that you pay in Oregon. Then there's a lot of other ones, there's like the arts tax. I think I put that. The arts tax is kind of a regressive tax because it's a flat tax. they tried to compensate a little bit for that by raising the level at which you have to pay. I think it, can't remember now, but it used to be if you made basically over $1,000 a year, you had to pay, which if you had any kind of a job at all, and you made more than $1,000, you could make that mowing lawns as a kid. You know. So what they don't understand is the Democrats, if they don't like borders, and they don't, they should realize that blue states don't have borders. People can move. They can move to a state with a more favorable tax environment. They can move to Idaho, still be in the Pacific Northwest, still be really driving distance from friends and family. Boise is like 8 hour drive from Portland. And Idaho has an income tax, so I think it's like 4.5%. They don't have all that other stuff. But the other side of it is, are you getting services? Are you getting anything for your money? And that's really the main issue. People aren't. You know, streets are crap, services not what they used to be. Crime, homelessness, quality of life stuff. On top of that, people in Portland are paying some of the highest rates in the country for water and sewer, and they just raised that. They just raised the garbage fees. I think water and sewer on average went up $12 a month. So the average person in Portland paying $172 a year. No bueno. It's not much better in the suburbs. It's expensive to live in Oregon. A lot of families are struggling to be able to afford to live in Oregon. And not just the ones that are kicked into those high tax brackets. And I see Jeff Merkley talking about the price of gas being higher because of Trump's war. You know, Jeff, I call him senator. Gas is already higher in Oregon than in most parts of the country because we have a 40-cent gas tax and another 27 cents. It is part of this clean fuels initiative that the governor is hell bent on. And that clean fuels adds another 27 cents. So now you're looking at 67 cents. And then you tried to add another 6 cents. That would put us up to 73 cents a gallon. Washington's even worse. They got the carbon credit scams where the distributors of the petroleum products have to buy the carbon credit at an auction where the sky's the limit. It's an auction. And the number of credits will be reduced every year, which will just drive the price higher. So this is really disingenuous bullshit for somebody like Jeff Merkley to pretend that he cares about the price of gas. They don't. Well, you're making Senator make 170 years that way. But they are also, they don't want you to drive. They want you to drive less. But it's anything they can do to beat up on Trump. You know, I am not, what are they gonna say? What's the term for somebody that thinks Trump can do no wrong? Yeah, Trump can screw up. He can make mistakes. Absolutely. I don't approve of everything he does. But the things he has done are so important, so critical, like closing the border. It just saved the country by doing that. That's the issue. But these people are like, you know, Trump could cure cancer and they find something wrong with it. You know it's true. Maybe I should work on the cabin for 24 hours straight, for 12 hours straight. Do like Chris and Danny, staying up all night, live streaming all night. It's like work to, you know, the problem with that is you get tired and you make mistakes, like lose finger. Mr. Bill was talking about don't lose any body parts. Well, first of all, Mr. Bill, the only body parts that are in danger are these ones right here. You know, it's a little camera correction there. Highly unlikely that any other vital body parts are going to be getting near that thaw. I should brought wood putty. I'm going to need it. I'm going to have to use some touch up on it. But I was hoping to put everything up today. Get that compressor running, get that nail gun firing, and get these in smoke. Get this place snug. So we can come up here in the winter and spend a day or maybe a night. Ooh. So this is that window. Surprised I didn't get that cleaned up. Yeah. That is. Ooh, that's today. Too damn movie. Yesterday I slept in. Great. I never sleep in. Couldn't believe it. I mean, sleeping in the daytime. Like, that's a amazing. That's amazing. see the band for the saw. cut the wall. And the right all the way down the edge. That's no good. I think this camera should take a picture of my backside. You're good. Move it over here. Uh-oh. My battery is running low. Probably because something's on.